Go to the start. Hmm? Yeah. Ready.
Opening split time for Law is 13:63. Meacham 15:98. Caitlin Law, a junior D skater, skated a personal best 51:93 in yesterday's 500 meters. Tara Meacham, a junior E skater, also with a personal best yesterday of 104.25. It is Law into the finish in a time of 52:30. Meacham will finish in 104.49. Skating in pair two, starting in the inside lane, Juliet Song. Starting in the outside lane, Allison Law.
Go to the start. Ready. This one went a little.
Opening split for Law is 13:17. A Song 13:58. Allison Law, junior D skater, skated a personal best 50:92 yesterday. Juliet Song, also junior D, the personal best skated yesterday of 51:22. It's a very close race to the finish. At the line, Law across in 50:10. Song just 100th back in 50:11. Both skaters with new personal best times. Called to the start now is pair number 3. Starting in the inside lane from Colombia, Mariana Acero Pineda. Starting in the outside lane from the United States, Elisha Lee.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split for Acero Pineda is 12:71. Lee 13:01. Mariana Acero Pineda, junior C skater, skated a new personal best yesterday of 48:59. Elisha Lee is a junior D skater, also skating a personal best yesterday of 48:65. It is Acero Pineda to the finish first in a time of 48:01. That is a new personal best. Lee finishing in 49:89. Those skaters move into the top two spots of the leaderboard. Ellison Law in third. Cerro Pineda has set the time to beat 48:01, with pair 4 being called to the start. In the inside lane, Sky Gramlich Thatcher. And starting in the outside lane, Audrey Hahn.
Go to the start. Ready.
It will be Hahn first through the opening 100 meters in a time of 12:77. Gramlich Thatcher 13:16. Audrey Hahn, a junior B skater, has a personal best of 47:74. She skated a 47:90 in yesterday's 500. Sky Gramlich Thatcher, a junior D skater, set a new personal best time yesterday of 49:58. It will be Hahn into the finish in a time of 46:02. That is a new personal best. Gramlich Thatcher finishing in 50:19. Hahn taking over the top spot on the leaderboard. Cerro Pineda in second, Lee in third. 46:02 is the new time to beat. Coming up now will be pair number 5. Starting in the inside lane, Caitlin Lee. Starting in the outside lane from Salt Lake City, Utah, Arzi Love.
Go to the start. Ready.
Through the opening split, it is Love in 12:48, Lee 12:50. Arzi Love, a junior C skater, set a new personal best yesterday of 45:87. Caitlin Lee, also a junior C skater, also with a new personal best yesterday of 46:37. It will be Love first to the finish in a time of 44:87, a new personal best. Lee finishing in 46:72. Love now moves into the top spot in the leaderboard. Hahn to second, Caitlin Lee in the third. The new time to beat, 44:87. Called to the start now is pair number 6. Starting in the inside lane from Gig Harbor, Washington, Finley Descartes. Starting in the outside lane, Emma DeBach.
Go to the start. Ready. I'm sorry.
Through the opening 100 meters is DeBach in 12:45, Descartes at 12:91. Emma DeBach, junior C skater with a new personal best yesterday, 45:08. Finley Descartes, a junior C skater, also with a new personal best yesterday, 47:61. It will be DeBach first to the finish across in the 44:78, a new personal best. Descartes finishing in a 47:73. Once again, a change at the top of the leaderboard. DeBach now into the top spot. 44:78 is the new time to beat. It will be pair 7 up next. Starting in the inside lane, Selena Sue. In the outside lane, from Tacoma, Washington, Claire Jung.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Sue through the opening split in 12:64, Jung 12:92. Selena Sue with a personal best of 44:93. Claire Jung's personal best 42:46. She stated a season best 46:26 in yesterday's race. It will be Sue to the finish first at a time of 45:59. Jung finishing in 45:98. Called to start now is pair number 8. Starting in the inside lane from Edgewood, Washington, Leah Choi. Starting in the outside lane, Melissa Dahlman.
Go the start. Ready.
The opening split for Dahlman, 12:43. For Choi, 12:65. Melissa Dahlman's personal best is 43:23. She skated a 43:77 in yesterday's 500. Leah Choi with a personal best of 44:43. Yesterday she skated at 46:65. It is Dahlman to the finish in 43:77. Leah Choi finishing in 46:31. Dahlman now to the top spot on the leaderboard. DeBach in second, Love in third. 43:77, the new time to beat, with pair 9 being called to the start. In the inside lane from Columbia, Isabella Vargas Rodriguez. Starting in the outside lane from Everett Park, New York, Rebecca Simmons.
Go to the start. Ready.
Vargas opens in 12:19 as Simmons at 12:66. Isabella Vargas, junior B skater with a personal best of 42:89. Yesterday she finished in 42:91. Rebecca Simmons has a personal best of 43:19. It will be Vargas to the finish first in a time of 43:15. Simmons' time is 45:17. Vargas Rodriguez now into the top spot on the leaderboard. Dahlman second. DeBach sits in third. 43:15 is the time to beat, with pair 10 being called to the start. And this pair starting in the inside lane from Columbia, Karen Siadama. Starting in the outside lane from Tacoma, Washington, Marley Soldan.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split for Soldan is 11:89. Siatama 12:13. Marley Soldan with a personal best of 42:16. Yesterday's 500, she skated a 42:97. Karen Siatama set a new personal best yesterday, a time of 44:03. At the line, it's Soldan across first at a time of 42:94. Siatama's time is 43:94. That is a new personal best. Soldan now to the top spot on the leaderboard. The new time to beat is 42:94. Coming up next will be pair number 11, starting in the inside lane from Lino Lakes, Minnesota, Greta Myers. Starting in the outside lane from Park City, Utah, Lindsay Woodbury.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Myers through the opener in 10:92. Woodbury 11:82. Greta Myers' personal best is 38:75. Yesterday she finished in 39:37. Personal best for Lindsay Woodbury 41:80. Her time in yesterday's 500 42:07. Myers across the line in a time of 39:11. Woodbury's time is 41:80, equaling her personal best. The skaters moving to the top two spots on the leaderboard. Soldan down into third. Myers has set the time to beat of 39:11 with two pairs remaining in the women's 500 meters. At the start for pair 12 in the inside lane from St. Louis, Missouri, Anna Quinn. Starting in the outside lane from Willowbrook, Illinois, Sarah Warren.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split time for Warren is 10:97, Quinn 11:46. Sarah Warren with a personal best of 38:24. She finished third in yesterday's 500 meters in a time of 39:18. Personal best for Anna Quinn is 40:19. Her finished time yesterday, good for seventh place, 40:80. It is Warren into the finish at a time of 39:03. Finishing time for Quinn is 40:97. Warren takes over the top spot on the leaderboard. Myers sits in second, Quinn in third. Warren's time to beat 39:03 as the 13th and final pair is called the start in the women's 500 meters. Starting in the inside lane from Kansas City, Missouri, Libby Williams. And in the outside lane from Coopersburg, Pennsylvania, Mackenzie Brown.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Brown through the opener in 11:0. Williams 11:97. Mackenzie Brown's personal best is 38:64. He finished second in yesterday's 500 in a time of 38:87. Libby Williams with a personal best of 41:29. She skated a 42.25 in yesterday's race. It is Brown to the finish at a time of 39.21. Finishing time for Williams of 42.23. Unofficially, the results in the women's 500 meters. Finishing third in 39.21, Mackenzie Brown. Second in 39.10, Greta Myers. And finishing first in 39.03, Sarah Warren. Now be a break for ice resurfacing. Following the break will be the men's 500 meters. The start time is 9:41. A 9:41 start time for the men's 500. Reminder that the men's 500 meter start list was revised. The revised list printed on orange paper. Should be available at the officials table on the back straight. Being called the start now is the first of the 14 pairs in the men's 500 meters. In pair number 1, starting in the inside lane for the United States, Anthony Palladino. Starting in the outside lane from Denmark, Victor Halde Torup.
Go to the start. Ready.
The opening 100-meter split time for Torup is 11:03. Palladino 12:10. Victor Halde Torup with a personal best of 38:30. Anthony Palladino will be looking to set his first ever personal best in the 500. It is Torup into the finish at a time of 38:55. Palladino's time 43:56. Skating in pair number 2 is starting in the inside lane, Brady Reinberger. Starting in the outside lane, Aaron Choi.
Go to the start. Ready. Sorry. False start. Outer lane. Go to the start. Ready. Thank you.
Through the opening 100-meter split is Choi in 13:45, Reinberger 14:67. Aaron Choi, a junior C skater, set a new personal best yesterday of 53:01. Brady Reinberger, a junior A skater, with a personal best yesterday of 101:06. Choi into the finish at a time of 52:67, a new personal best. Reinberger finishing in 59:92, also a new personal best time. Coming up now will be pair number 3. Starting in the inside lane, Matthew Lorenz. Starting in the outside lane, Ezra Mangum. And there is going to be a 2-minute delay before the start of this pair for ice repair. A delay for ice repair.
2 minutes.
And we're ready to resume racing in the men's 500 meters with pair number 3. At the start in the inside lane, Matthew Lorenz. The outside lane, Ezra Mangum.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Lorenz leading through the opener in 12:53. Mangum 15:66. Matthew Lorenz, a junior C skater, had a new personal best yesterday of 45:60. Ezra Mangum, a junior E skater, skated a personal best 105:16 in yesterday's 500. It will be Lorenz to the finish in a 45:66. Finishing time for Mangum is 107:67. Coming up next will be pair number 4. Starting in the inside lane, Eric Choi. In the outside lane, Anders Ord.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split time for Ord is 13:60. Choi 13:81. Anders Ord has a personal best of 50:55. Skated a 51:17 in yesterday's 500. Choi skated a new personal best 51:77 in yesterday's 500 meters. It'll be Choi first across the line in a time of 51:06, a new personal best. Ord's time of 52:34. Called to the start now is pair number 5. Starting in the inside lane from Arvada, Colorado, Tristan Boyd. Starting in the outside lane, Nicholas DeBach.
Go to the start.
Opening split time for Boyd is 12:50. DeBuck 13:13. Personal best for Tristan Boyd is 44:51. Nicholas DeBuck skated a new personal best yesterday, a time of 49:67. It is Boyd to the finish in 43:92, a new personal best. DeBuck will finish in 48:81, also skating a new personal best time. Boyd moves into the third spot on the leaderboard. Palladino sits in second. At the top, it is Victor Haltorup with a time to beat of 38:55.
Skaters.
Coming up now will be pair number 6. Starting in the inside lane, Enoch Jun. And in the outside lane, Caden Woods.
Go to the start. Ready.
Through the opening 100 meters, it's Jun in 12:01, Woods 12:28. Enoch Jun skated a new personal best yesterday, a time of 43:34. Caden Woods with a personal best of 43:70. It will be Jun first to the line, his time of 43:01, a new personal best. Woods finishing in 43:46. That is also a new personal best time. Those skaters move into the second and third spots on the leaderboard. Torp remains at the top. It will be pair 7 up next. Starting in the inside lane, Gavin Ord. And starting in the outside lane, David Prevode.
Go to the start. Ready. Outside lane. All start. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split time from Prevode, 12:06, Ord 12:32. Yesterday's 500 meters, David Prevode skated a new personal best, a time of 43:37. Gavin Ord's PB is 42:99. In yesterday's race, he finished in 43:52. It will be Prevode first to the finish. His time 43:08, a new personal best. Ord's time of 44:09. Prevode moves into the third spot on the leaderboard. Enoch Jun sits in second. Victor Haltorup at the top. 38:55 is still the time to beat. Called to the start now will be pair number 8. This pair starting in the inside lane at Kyler DeGroat. Starting in the outside lane from Butte, Montana, Brock Ludwig.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split time for Ludwig is 12:42. DeGroat 13:0. Brought Ludwig with a personal best of 43:11. Finished in 46:80 in yesterday's 500. Kyler DeGroat's PB at 44:11. He skated a 45:33 yesterday. It'll be DeGroat into the finish at a time of 44:99. Ludwig's time of 46:81. Coming up now will be pair number 9. Starting in the inside lane, Colin Lee. Starting in the outside lane, Orion Gatrell.
Go to the start. Ready.
Through the opening split, it is Lee in 11:59. Gatrell did not start. Colin Lee set a new personal best in yesterday's 500, a time of 42:66. It'll be Lee to the finish in 42:68. Colin Lee moving into the second spot on the leaderboard. Enoch Dunn in third. Torup still at the top. 38:55 remains the time to beat. Coming up now will be pair number 10. Starting in the inside lane from Salt Lake City, Utah, Andrew Love. Starting in the outside lane, Jeremy Song.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Love first through the opener in 11:14, a song 11:27. Andrew Love has a personal best of 36:72. Finished yesterday's race in 41:33. Jeremy Song skated a new personal best in yesterday's 500, a time of 40:09. It is Song first to the finish, his time at 39:99, a new personal best. Love finishing in 41:0. Those skaters move to the second and third spots on the leaderboard. Torup still at the top. 10 pairs complete out of the 14 in the men's 500 meters.
Yeah, the radio.
It will be pair 11 called to the start. In the inside lane, Adriel Jica. Starting in the outside lane from Colorado Springs, Colorado, Aiden Meacham.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opener for Meacham is 10.93. Jica 11.85. Aiden Meacham's personal best is 39.60. Adriel Jica skated a new personal best yesterday, a time of 42.74. It'll be Meacham finishing in 39.38, a new personal best. Jica's time is 43.26. Meacham moves into the second spot on the leaderboard, Song to third. Torup remains at the top, 38.55, the time to beat as we call pair 12 to the start. Skating in this pair, starting in the inside lane from Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, William Gebauer. Starting in the outside lane from Wichita, Kansas, Tanner Worley.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Worley through the opener in 10.06. Gebauer 10.54. Tanner Worley with a personal best of 35.34. He finished second in yesterday's race in 36.05. William Gebauer's personal best is 35.26. He finished third yesterday in a time of 36.57. It will be Worley to the finish in a time of 36.04. Finishing time for Gebauer is 36.73. Those skaters move into the top two spots on the leaderboard, bumping Torup down to third. Worley now holds the time to beat at 36.04 with two pairs remaining in the men's 500 meters. Skating in pair 13 is starting in the inside lane from Alpharetta, Georgia, Herb Harbison. Starting in the outside lane from West Valley City, Utah, Zach Stoppelmore.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Stoppelmore through the opener in 10.13. Harbison at 10.45. Zach Stoppelmore with a personal best of 34.88. He won yesterday's 500 meters, finishing in 35.63. PB for Herb Harbison is 36:19. Yesterday he skated a 37:47. It is Stoppelmore to the finish at a time of 35:43. Harbison's time at 38:43. It's Stoppelmore taking over the top spot on the leaderboard. Worley in second, Gabauer in third. Stoppelmore's 35:43 is the time to beat with just one pair remaining in the men's 500 meters.
Skaters, ice repair.
Call to the start now, the 14th and final pair in the men's 500 meters. Starting in the inside lane, Liam Kitchell. Starting in the outside lane, from Butte, Montana, William Silk.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Kitchell through the opener in 10:91, Silk 11:18. Liam Kitchell skated a new personal best yesterday, a time of 39:16. William Silk's PB is 39:12. Yesterday he skated a 39:13. It's Kitchell to the finish at a time of 38:39. That is a new personal best. Silk finishing in a 38:70, also a new personal best time. Unofficially, our results in the men's 500 meters. Finishing third in 36:73, William Gabauer. Finishing second in 36:04, Tanner Worley. And finishing first in 35:42 is Zach Stoppelmore. It's now a break for ice resurfacing. Following the break will be the women's 1,500 meters. The start time will be 10:29, a 10:29 start for the women's 1,500. Through the opening 300-meter split, it's Lee in 34.15, Law 34.51. Both skaters looking to skate their first ever 1,500-meter race. Pair one coming past with 2 laps to go. Law with a slight lead through the split. 1:17.20, a lap of 42.6 for Lee. 1:17.41, a lap of 43.2. With 1 lap to go, split time for Lee, 2:02.76, a lap of 45.3. Law, 2:02.85, a lap of 45.6. And it is Lee into the finish at a time of 2:45.41. Finishing time for Law is 2:47.26. Coming up next will be pair number 2. Starting in the inside lane, Ellison Law. And in the outside lane, Claire Jung.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Jung through the opener in 30.87, Law 33.01. Claire Jung with a personal best of 2:05.58. The first ever 1,500 meters for Ellison Law. Jung coming past with 2 laps to go. Her split 1:05.80, a lap of 34.9. Law through the split in 1:13.59, a lap of 40.5. It is Jung heading into the final lap. Her split 1:42.14, a lap of 36.3. One to go for La through the split in 1:58.35, a lap of 44.7. It is Jung into the finish at a time of 2:19.34. La will finish in a 2:45.16. Skating in pair number 3, starting in the inside lane, Bailey Luck. In the outside lane, Tira Meacham.
Go to the start. Ready.
Through the opening 300-meter split, it's Luck in a time of 34.26. The opener for Meacham, 41.88. First long track 1,500 meters for Bailey Luck. Tira Meacham with a personal best of 3:42.36. As Luck passed with 2 laps to go, her split 1:14.77, a lap of 40.5. Meacham's split is 1:34.31, a lap of 52.4. Luck hears the bell ring. She has 1 lap to go. Her split 1:58.70, a lap of 43.9. It is Meacham heading into the final lap. Her split 2:28.30, a lap of 53.9. Into the finish is Luck in a time of 2:43.22. It is Meacham around the final turn onto the finishing straight. And Meacham will finish in 3:22:03, a new personal best. Luck moves into the second spot on the leaderboard. Ellison Law sits in third. Claire Jung at the top with a time to beat of 2:19:34, with our first three pairs complete in the women's 1500. Coming up now will be pair number 4. Starting in the inside lane from Colombia, Mariana Acero Pineda. Starting in the outside lane for the United States, Juliet Song.
Go to the start. Ready.
Through the opening 300 meters, Acero Pineda in a time of 30:84, Song 34:09. Mariana Acero Pineda has a personal best of 2:54:65. Juliet Song's personal is 2:53:30. With 2 laps to go, split for Acero Pineda at 1:08:50, a lap of 37.6. Song split 1:12.92, a lap of 38.8. Acero Pineda heading into the final lap. Her split 1:49.56, a lap of 41.0. Song split time 1:54.59, a lap of 41.6. It is Acero Pineda to the finish at a time of 2:31:08, a new personal best. Finishing time for Song 2:37:40, also a new personal best time. Acero Pineda moves into the second spot in the leaderboard. Song in 3. Jung at the top with a time to beat of 2:19:34 as pair 5 is called to the start. In the inside lane, Caitlin Lee. Starting in the outside lane, Sky Gramlich Thatcher. It's Lee through the opener in 31:30. Graham Thatcher 36:56. Caitlin Lee's personal best is 2:42:43. PB for Sky Graham Thatcher is 2:46:05. Lee's next split 108:62. Well, that was 37:3. For Graham Thatcher, a split of 119.93, her lap 43.3. Lee heads into the final lap through the split 151.76. Her lap was a 43.1. Thatcher with one to go. Her split 2:05.94. A lap of 46.0. And it will be Lee finishing in 2:40.29, a new personal best. Graham Thatcher's time 2:47.72. Coming up next will be pair number 6. Starting in the inside lane, Audrey Hahn. Starting in the outside lane from Salt Lake City, Utah, RZ Love.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split time for Love is 30.0, Hahn 30.74. RZ Love has a personal best of 2:34.26. Audrey Hahn's PB 2:44.16. Love through the split in 105.35, a lap of 35.3. Hahn's time 106.64 with a 35.9 lap. It's 1 lap to go for Love. Her split 1:44.76. All that about 39.4. Hans split 1:46.37. All that about 39.7. And it's Love to the finish at a time of 2:26.66, a new personal best. Hans time 2:28.92, also a new personal best. Those skaters move into the second and third spots on the leaderboard. At the top is still Claire Jung with a time to beat of 2:19.34, with pair 7 being called to the start. In the inside lane from Gig Harbor, Washington, Finley Descartes. Starting in the outside lane, Melissa Dahlman.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Dahlman through the opener in 28.73. Descartes 32.18. Melissa Dahlman's personal best is 2:06.85. Finley Descartes' PB 2:27.27. Dahlman passed with 2 laps to go. Her split 1 minute, .20, a lap of 31.4. Split for Descartes is 1:09.27 with a 37.0 lap. It's 1 to go for Dahlman. Her split 1:33.51, a lap of 33.3. Descartes heads into the final lap. Her split 1:49.22, a lap of 39.9. It is Dahlman to the finish in 2:08.71. Descartes will finish in 2:30.36. Dahlman moving into the top spot on the leaderboard. 2:08.71 is now the time to beat. Jung sits in second, Love in third. As we call pair number 8 to the start. This pair starting in the inside lane for the United States, Emma DeBach. Starting in the outside lane from Colombia, Karen Siatama.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split for Siatama is 29-93. DeBach 30-78. Karen Siatama has a personal best of 2:23.94. Emma DeBach's best time 2:31.99. Siatama in the lead with 2 laps to go. Her split 104.64, a lap of 34.7. For DeBach, a split of 105.80 with a 35.0 lap. DeBach edging into the lead with 1 lap to go. Her split 142.60, a lap of 36.8. Siatama split 143.02, a lap of 38.3. Into the finish is DeBach in a time of 2:19.31, a new personal best. Siatama will finish in 2:24.45. DeBach moves into the second spot on the leaderboard. Jung down to third. Dahlman remains at the top. 2:08 as 71 is the time to beat. It will be pair number 9 up next. Starting in the inside lane, Selena Sue. Starting in the outside lane, Ella Teeples.
Inside lane, behind the dotted line, please. Thank you. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening time for Teeples is 28:43. Sue, 28:94. Ella Teeples has a personal best of 2:11.03. Selena Sue's PB 2:18:20. It is Teeples through the next split, 59.82, a lap of 31.3. Split for Sue is 101.27 with a lap of 32.3. Teeples heads into the final lap. Her split 134.20, a lap of 34.3. For Sue, a split of 136.67 with a 35.4 lap. Teeples will finish in 2:10:38, a new personal best. Sue's time at 2:13:64, also a new personal best time. Teeples into the second spot on the leaderboard. Sue into third. Dahlman stays at the top, 2:08:71, still the time to beat. Coming up now will be pair number 10, starting in the inside lane from Colombia, Isabella Vargas Rodriguez. Starting in the outside lane from Edgewood, Washington, Leah Choi.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split time for Vargas is 28:38. For Choi, 30:88. Isabella Vargas Rodriguez with a personal best of 2:11:39. Leah Choi's PB is 2:17:84. Next split for Vargas, 59:56, a lap of 31:01. Choi split 1:06:03, a lap of 35:1. It's Vargas with one lap to go. Her split 1:33:49, a lap of 33:9. Split for Che is 1:42:72, a lap of 36:6. Vargas will finish in 2:10:71, a new personal best. Finishing time for Choi is 2:20:17. Vargas into the third spot on the leaderboard. Teeples sits second, Dahlman at the top. 2:08.71, still the time to beat with our first 10 pairs complete out of 16 in the women's 1,500 meters. Called to the start now are the skaters in pair 11. In the inside lane from Park City, Utah, Lindsay Woodbury. Starting in the outside lane from Tacoma, Washington, Marley Soldan.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split time for Woodbury is 28.60, Soldan 28.96. For Lindsay Woodbury, a personal best of 2:05.57. Marley Soldan's best 2:08.09. Next split for Woodbury is at 59.85, a lap of 31.2. For Soldan, 101.85, the split, a lap of 32.8. It is Woodbury heading into the final lap. Her split a 1:32.60, a lap of 32.7. Soldan 1:36.20, the split, her lap 34.3. Finishing time for Woodbury is 2:08.18. Soldan's time 2:11.70. So Woodbury moving into the top spot on leaderboard. 2:08.18 becomes the new time to beat. Dahlman's the second, Teeples into third. Coming up now will be pair number 12. Starting in the inside lane and from Everett Park, New York, Rebecca Simmons. In the outside lane from Kansas City, Missouri, Libby Williams.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Williams through the opener in 28.21. Simmons 29.66. Libby Williams has a personal best of 2:10.46. For Rebecca Simmons, a PB of 2:05.35. Two to go, split for Williams is 59.70, a lap of 31.4. Simmons 102.06 the split. Her lap was a 32.4. It's one to go for Williams. Her split 134.50, a lap of 34.8. Simmons 136.31 the split with a 34.2 lap. It is Williams finishing in 2:11.08. Simmons time 2:11.75. Four pairs remain in the women's 1,500 meters. Call to the start now is a pair 13, starting in the inside lane from White Bear Lake, Minnesota, Georgia Birkeland. Starting in the outside lane, it is Hungary's national all-round champion, Abigail Merckx.
Go to the start. Ready.
Birkeland's opener is 27.16, Merckx 28.41. Georgia Birkeland with a personal best of 2:02.22. Abigail Merckx best time 2:05.15. Split time for Birkeland is 57.88, a lap of 30.7. For Merckx, 59.45, a lap of 31.0. It's Birkeland with one to go. Her split 130.57, a lap of 32.6. Merckx with a split of 132.17. Her lap was 32.7. It is Birkeland finishing in 2:04.41. Merckx time at 2:06.17. Those skaters move into the top two spots on the leaderboard. Woodbury down into third. Birkeland now the holder of the time to beat to 2:04.41. It will be pair number 14 up next, starting in the inside lane from Denmark, Sofia Presvernova. Starting in the outside lane is Colombia's junior national record holder, Laura Michelle Rodriguez.
Go to the start. Ready.
Presvernova around the opening turn. Rodriguez did not start in this pair. Opening split for Presvernova is 26-58. Sofia Presvernova with a personal best of 2:02.20. Split for Presvernova is 56-27. A lap of 29.6. It's one to go for Presvernova. A split of 128.49, her lap 32.2. It's Presvernova finishing in 2:03.31. Presvernova moves into the top spot on the leaderboard. Birkeland second. Burke sits in third. 2:03.31 is the time to beat, with two pairs remaining in the women's 1,500 meters. Skating in pair number 15 is starting inside lane. It is the U.S. national record holder, Brittany Bowe. Starting in the outside lane from Willowbrook, Illinois, Sarah Warren.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split for Bowe is 25-21. Warren 25-77. Brittany Bowe holds the U.S. national record. That time is 1:50.32. Sarah Warren with a personal best of 1:59.56. Next split for Bo is 52.71, a lap about 27.5. Warren, 53.89, the split, a lap about 28.1. Both skaters in this pair are off into the warm-up lane. Will not finish. And called to the start now, the 16th and final pair in the women's 1,500 meters. Starting in the inside lane from Little Lakes, Minnesota, Greta Myers. In the outside lane from Flemington, New Jersey, Kimmy Getz.
Go to the start. Ready.
It gets through the opener in 25.51. Myers 26.31. Personal best for Gibby Getz is 154.52. Greta Myers PB 158.11. Next split for Getz is 54.0, a lap at 28.4. Myers 55.22, the split a lap at 28.9. With 1 lap to go, the split for Getz was 123.87, a lap at 29.8. Myers 125.54 with a 30.3 lap. It is Getz finishing in 1:55.87. The time for Myers 1:57.58. That is a new personal best. The unofficial results for the women's 1,500 meters. Finishing third in 2:03.31, Sofia Prezrenova. Second with a new personal best, 1:57.58, Greta Myers. And finishing first in 1:55.87, Kimmy Getz. Now be a break for ice resurfacing. Following the break, resume with the men's 1,500 meters. The start time will be 11:44. 11:44 start time for the men's 1,500. Thorpe opens in 25 as 68. Opener for Choi is 34.89. Victor Hall Dorup holds Denmark's national record at time 147.92. It's the first ever 1,500 meters for Aaron Choi. Dorup through the split in 52.57, a lap at 26.8. Choi split 117.95, lap of 43.0. Torp heading into the final lap, 119.83. His split a lap of 27.2. Dorup finishing in 1:48.06. Choi with 1 lap remaining. His split 2:03.43, a lap of 45.4. And it's Choi finishing in 2:49.17. Skating in pair number 2, starting in the inside lane, Liam Kitchell. Starting in the outside lane, Caden Woods.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split for Kitchell, 25.96. Woods, 27.89. Kitchell split 54.91, a lap of 28.9. For Woods, 58.53, the split a lap of 30.6. It's 1 lap to go for Kitchell. His split 124.88, a lap of 29.9. Woods through the split in 132.28. His lap was a 33.7. It is Kitchell finishing in 1:55:37. Finishing time for Woods, 2:08:84. Coming up next will be pair number 3. Starting in the inside lane, Eric Choi. In the outside lane, Adriel Jika.
Go to the start. Ready. If you see something.
Jika opens in 28:99. Choi in 33:67. Adriel Jika with a personal best of 2:45:52. Eric Choi's first 1500. Jika split 105.86, a lap of 36.8. Split for Choi is 114.96, a lap of 41.2. Jika hears a bell ring. He has one lap to go. 146.45. His split, a lap of 40.5. It is one to go for Choi. His split, 158.88, a lap of 43.9. And Jika will finish in 2:27:36, a new personal best. And Choi will finish in 2:42:16. Called the start now is pair number 4. In the inside lane, Brady Reinberger. Starting in the outside lane, Anthony Palladino.
Go to the start. Ready.
Winning split time for Palladino, 29.83. For Reinberger, 39.17. Palladino split 103.16, the lap of 33.3. Split for Reinberger, 130.64, a lap of 51.4. It's Palladino heading into the final lap. His split 138.05, a lap of 34.8. So go down the back straightaway. Palladino going one lap up on Reinberger. And it will be Palladino into the finish in 2:13.93. It is Reinberger with one lap to go. His split 2:39.57, a lap of 68.9. And it is Reinberger into the finish in 3:41.62. Coming up next will be pair number 5. Starting in the inside lane, Anders Ord. In the outside lane, Nicholas DeBuck.
Go to the start. Ready. Okay. Takes a little bit to get.
DeBuck opens in 33.62, Ord 34.94. Personal best for Nicholas DeBuck is 2:57.46. Anders Ord with a PB of 2:39.99. split for DeBach is 114.28. I'll that above 40.6. Ord's split 118.62. I'll that above 43.6. With one lap to go, split time for DeBach is 155.45. I'll that above 41.1. Ord heads into the final lap. His split 204.56. I'll that above 45.9. It is DeBach to the finish at a time of 2:35.34, a new personal best. Ord will finish in 2:50.27. Coming up now will be pair number 6. Starting in the inside lane from Butte, Montana, Brock Ludwig. In the outside lane, Ezra Mangum.
Is it? Okay. Go to the start. Ready. Oh, Ezra?
Winning split time for Ludwig is a 30:10. Mangum's opener 42:25. Next split for Ludwig is 106.84, that of 36.7. Mangum through the split in 136.38, a lap of 54.1. It's Ludwig with one to go. His split 147.28, a lap of 40.4. As Ludwig coming past Mangum down the front straight. It'll be Ludwig into the finish in 2:29.86. Mangum passed with 1 lap to go. His split 2:31.56, a lap of 55.1. And it is Mangum into the finish at a time of 3:26.96, a new personal best. Skating in pair number 7, starting in the inside lane, Matthew Lorenz. Starting in the outside lane, Colin Lee.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Lee through the opening 300 meters in 28:30. Lorenz at 30:81. Personal best for Colin Lee is 2:37.60. Matthew Lorenz with a PB of 2:39.42. Through the next split is Lee in 1:01.06. His lap was a 32.7. For Lorenz, a 1:07.03 split. His lap was a 36.2. It's 1 lap to go for Lee. His split 1:35.80, a lap of 34.7. For Lorenz, a split of 1:45.72 with a 38.6 lap. And Lee will finish in 2:12.64, a new personal best. Lorenz's time, 2:25.33, a new personal. Skating in pair 8, starting in the inside lane, Enoch Jun. Starting in the outside lane, Kyler DeGroat.
Go to the start. Ready. start, outside lane. Go to the start. Ready.
Judd's opener 29:07 to Groot 30:51. Nick Jun with a personal best of 2:35:10. Kyler DeGroat's best is 2:17:10. Pair 8 coming past with 2 laps remaining. Groat with a slight lead, 104.07 to Jun's 104.17. Groat had a 33.5 lap, Jun 35.10. It's 1 lap to go for DeGroat, 140.03. His split a lap with 35.9. Jun's split was 141.0 with a 36.8 lap. It is DeGroat to the finish in 2:16.24, a new personal best. Jun's time 2:19.78, also a new personal best. Called to the start now is pair number 9, starting in the inside lane from Arvada, Colorado, Tristan Boyd. Starting in the outside lane, Gavin Ord.
Go to the start. Ready.
The opener for Boyd is 28.91, Ord 29.59. Tristan Boyd's PB is 2:12.29. Gavin Ord's best 2:15.70. Boyd through the next split in 1 minute, 0.65. A lap with 31.7. Ord 103.91, his split with a 34.3 lap. It is Boyd with 1 lap to go. His split 1:34.90, a lap of 34.2. Ord split 1:40.12, a lap of 36.2. It is Boyd to the finish in a time of 2:12.0, a new personal best. Ord's time 2:16.57. Skating in pair number 10, starting in the inside lane from Colorado Springs, Colorado, Aiden Meacham. Starting in the outside lane from Salt Lake City, Utah, Andrew Love.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening split for Meacham, 26.31. Love, 28.41. Aiden Meacham's personal best is 1:58.15. For Andrew Love, a PB of 1:57.80. Split time for Meacham, 55.62, a lap of 29.3. For Love, 1 minute, 0.91 the split, a lap of 32.5. Meacham heads into the final lap. His split 1:25.59, a lap of 29.9. Love with 1 to go through the split in 1:35.78, a lap of 34.8. Finishing time for Meacham is 1:56.60, a new personal best. And it's Love to the finish in 2:12.96. Meacham moves into the third spot on the leaderboard. Kitchell sits in second. Thorup at the top. 1:48.06 is the time to beat. Coming up now will be pair 11, starting in the inside lane, Jeremy Song. And the outside lane, Orion Gatrell.
Go to the start. Ready.
Around the opening turn, it is Jeremy Song. Orion Gatrell did not start in this race. Song will open in 27:36. Jeremy Song has a personal best of 2:11:59. Song passed with 2 laps remaining. His split 58.81, a lap of 31.4. One to go for Song through the split in 1:33.0, a lap of 34.1. It is Song finishing in 2:08:32, a new personal best. Coming up now will be pair 12, starting in the inside lane from Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, William Gebauer. Starting in the outside lane from Wichita, Kansas, Tanner Worley.
Go to the start. Ready.
Worley opens in 24:13, Gebauer 24:30. Tanner Worley's personal best is 1:47.94. William Gebauer's PB 1:47.40. Worley leading through the next split 50-54, a lap of 26.4. Gebauer's split was 50-91 with a 26.6 lap. Neck and neck heading into the final lap. Worley threw in 1:18.96, Gebauer 1:18.98. Worley with a 28.4 lap, Gebauer 28.0. And at the finish, it'll be Worley across the line first in 1:49.37. Gebauer's time 1:49.78. Skaters move into the second and third spots on the leaderboard. At the top, it is Torup with a time to beat of 1:48.06, with 2 pairs remaining in the men's 1,500 meters. Skating in pair 13 is starting in the inside lane from Brazil, Eder Lopez Moraes. Starting in the outside lane from Alpharetta, Georgia, Herb Harbison. Harbison leads through the opening split 25-67. Lopez Moraes 26-70. Herb Harbison has a personal best of 151.87. Eder Lopez Moraes PB is a 157.32. Next split for Harbison is 53.75, Alatba 28.0. Lopez Moraes 55.64, Alatba 28.9. It's one lap to go for Harbison. His split was 1:23.19, a 29.4 lap. Lopez Moraes through the split in 1:26.33, his lap 30.6. It is Harbison finishing in 1:54.67. Time for Lopez Moraes, 1:58.51. The leaderboard remains unchanged heading into our final pair. Victor Haldorup still at the top, 1:48.06, the time to beat. In pair 14, starting in the inside lane from New Zealand, Josh White. Starting in the outside lane from Butte, Montana, William Silk.
Go to the start. Ready.
White through the opener in 25.52, Silk 25.97. Josh White has a personal best of 1:49.49. William Silk's best is 1:53.73. Split for White, 52.50, Alatba 26.9. For Silk, 53.68, the split, Alatba 27.7. Into the final lap is White. His split 1:21.09, Alatba 28.5. Silk 1:22.77, the split with a 29.0 lap. It is White finishing in 1:52.27. Silk's time 1:53.17. That is a new personal best. The unofficial results in the men's 1,500 meters. Finishing third in 1:49.78, William Gebauer. Second in 1:49.37, Tanner Worley. And finishing first in 1:48.06, Victor Haldorup. Now be a break for ice resurfacing. Following the break, our final races of the day, the junior and senior mass starts. This weekend we had 117 new personal bests skated here on the ice at the Utah Olympic Oval, along with 2 Danish women's and national records here at the 2023 Desert Classic. The junior mass start will begin at 1:05, a 1:05 start time for the junior mass start. Being called to start now, the skaters in our 10-lap junior mass start. We have skater number 303, William Silk. 304, Aiden Meacham. 306, Marley Soldan. 307, Libby Williams. 308, Ella Teeples. 309, Tristan Boyd. 310, Brock Ludwig. 311, Mariana Acero Pineda. 312, Liam Kitchell. 313, Anthony Palladino. 314, David Pravode. And 315, Adriel Chica.
Go to the start. Ready. What is
And we're underway with our junior mass start. 10 laps around the ice here at the Utah Olympic Oval. 2 intermediate sprints in this race. And then the big points coming with the final sprint to the finish. 12 skaters at the start. Skaters come past with 9 laps to go. That's Williams, Boyd, and Kitchell, 3 at the front of the pack. Still fairly close together as they go down that back straight. It's the bell, the start of the intermediate sprint lap. Still Williams, Boyd, and Kitchell at the front. Back all together, starting to make moves as they head down the back straight. Points to the first 3 skaters across the line as they come around this time. It looks like a Kitchell, Silk, and Meacham, 1, 2, and 3. Cross the line in the intermediate sprint. That's Silk and Kitchell lead 2 skaters off the front. Teeples leading the chasing 2. Teeples and Meacham, the 2 chasing. Things spreading out quickly here on the ice. It's our 2 leaders off the front heading into the last intermediate sprint. Kitchell, Silk and Kitchell being chased by Meacham. have two lead skaters off the front, one chasing, and then another group of three. Those are our leaders. They're coming around the turn at the south end of the oval. Here come our two leaders now into the immediate sprint. As Kitchell and Silk 1 and 2 across the line. Meacham was third in our second intermediate sprint. Lead group of three now coming onto the front straight. So it'll be Kitchell, Silk, and Meacham, our lead group of three. Teeples and Soldan, the chasing two. And the rest of the pack still strung out way back off the leaders. Coming back onto the front straight are our three leaders, Kitchell, Silk, and Meacham. They'll be coming past with 2 laps to go. Then the chasing two, Soldan and Teeples. Soldan looking to pull away as she comes past with 2 to go. The remains of our 12-person pack strung out as the leaders come back onto the front straight. Leaders will hear the bell ring. There's 1 lap to go. Kitchell, Silk, and Meacham out 2 off the front, being chased by Soldan in the 4th spot. And then Teeples here in 5th. Three leaders coming around the final turn onto the finishing straight. And it does look like it was Kitchell, Silk, and Meacham. Soldan 4th to the line. And then Teeples. Looks like our final top 5 in the Masstart. Silk did just edge Kitchell out at the finish. Meacham across 3rd, Soldan, and then Teeples. One more race still to come today. It will be the senior 16-lap Masstart. Called to the start now, the skaters in our senior mass start. We have skater 401, Emery Lehman. 402, Casey Dawson. 403, Ethan Seprin. 404, Jonathan Tobon. 405, William Gebauer. 406, Tanner Worley. 407, Zach Stoppelmore. 409, Josh White. 410, Herb Harbison. 411, Mia Kilberg. 412, Ader Lopez Moraes. 413, Sofia Presrenova. 414, Georgia Birkland. 415, Abigail Merks. 416, Rebecca Simmons. 418, Melissa Dahlman. And 419, Victor Haldora.
Skaters, go to the start. Ready?
And we're underway here with our senior mass start. 16 laps around the ice here at the Utah Olympic Oval. 3 intermediate sprints and the final finishing sprint. First lap is essentially a neutral lap. Should be no major changes of position. Attempts to break away during this opening lap. The skaters come back around the front straight. The gun will sound a second time, and then racing will be underway in earnest. And our pack coming past with 15 laps to go here in the senior mass start. Dawson, Lehman, Seprin, Tobon, Gebauer, and Lopez Moraes. At the front, pack all together heading down the back straight. Back on the front straight. Pack still together, coming past with 14 to go. Looks like some skaters moving up a bit as they head down into the south turn. There's the bell. This is the first of the 3 intermediate sprint laps. That was Tobon taking the flyer off the front, heading into the sprint lap. Seprin and Dawson leading the chase pack, along with Kilberg, Torup, and Stoppelmore. Intermediate sprint points will come to the first 3 skaters across the line here. Tobon collecting the points along with Lehman and Dawson. Three to collect the points, standing up, letting the pack come back together as they head down the back straight. Race will be coming back together here on, they come onto the front straight. Pretty much all back together again, coming past with 11 laps to go. All 17 skaters in our mass start. Pack back together, heading down the back straight. One skater edging away off the front just a bit. Skaters come past with 10 laps to go. That's Dawson at the front, White right behind him. Once again, the pack all back together, heading down the back straight. Headed into the second of our 3 intermediate sprint laps now. It was Lehman at the front, Dawson and Separin. Once again, points to the first 3 skaters across the line here in our second of 3 intermediate sprints. Looks like it will be Lehman and Dawson, third to the line, Separin there in our intermediate sprint. Once again, easing up down the back straightaway. Most of the pack coming back together as they come back onto the front straight, where they'll come back with 7 laps remaining. "16 skaters in the pack heading down the back straightaway. "16 skaters left here in our pack of the 17 that started in the senior Masstart, coming past with 6 laps to go. It's Tobon at the front, Kilberg in the second spot, Lehman, Gabauer, Dawson, Separin. Break being made as they come onto the front straight. Here's the bell, the start of the last of our intermediate sprints. That's Josh White of New Zealand taking the flyer off the front into the intermediate sprint lap. Toba and Kilberg Lehman leading the chase. LB White taking the top points at that intermediate sprint, followed by Lehman and Dawson. Not going to be easing up on the back straight this time. 5 skaters come flying past as they come around to turn onto the front straight. Skaters be coming past with 3 laps to go. Lead group of 2, then 4 chasing. That's Thorup and Stoppelmore in the lead group of 2, or Harbison, Worley, Lopez Moraes, and Separin in the chase group of 4. Big points do come at the final sprint. Skaters 1, 2, and 3 at the final sprint will be the winners of the race. Is Thorup and Stoppelmore still off the front, being chased by Separin. And Worley, Harbison, and Lopez Moraes. Still a lead group of 2. And 4 skaters separated out back amongst them. Leaders coming back onto the front straight. Leading skaters heading into the final lap. That's Stoppelmore and Thorup, Separin, and Worley. And Lopez Moraes and Harbison, 6 skaters at the front. Into their pack, all stretched out across the ice here. It's the leaders coming around the final turn onto the finishing straight. And at the finish, it does look like Hall Thorup just edging out Stoppamore across the line. Third is Separin. Worley across in fourth. Does look like Dawson just ahead of Lopez Moraes for fifth and sixth. And that does conclude our 2 days of racing here at the 2023 Desert Classic Long Track. Early in the season, but over our 2 days competition, we had 227 season best times skated, 117 new personal bests, 2 new Danish women's and national records. Here at the Utah Olympic Oval.